We are still not live. That's weird. Okay. There we go. Twitch is live and I am video quality locked on 1080p 60 frames per second. So if you're getting laggy or crashing non-stop, I think you should switch to YouTube. Yes, that. You should switch to YouTube if you're gonna get loady non-stop. So you should switch to YouTube because Twitch locked me. Because I'm not an affiliate anymore. Hey, long time no see indeed. Alright, and YouTube is YouTube live. And YouTube is live as well. And everything sounds just fine. Loud as fuck though, I think, but I think my mic sounds just fine. Okay. Let's begin. That's that's not where that's the wrong beginning. Capcom, stop making good games. Actually, please don't stop making good games. Ugh. We have enough of Ubisoft and EA. This game supports another blah blah blah. I don't need to read that. Select adventure, special content, options. Audio, music on, effects on. What? Oh no. No. There is no voice acting. I know there is no voice acting. Probably like, objection! Or something like that. Skip text off. Subtitles on. Wait, there's subtitles? Oh no. I'm panicking. Story mode. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions presented, the evidence, etc. are all handled on your... No! That is a very lazy mode! No! No. Okay. Select adventure. Let's begin. Select adventure. Episode 1. Episode 1. New game. The fuck is it? I know. Oh, I'm scared.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I just hope it's only a narrator. I just hope it's the cutscene, that's all. Please don't have voice acting. November 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of I can't read for shit. Judicature. Defendants. Antic Chamber 5. What the fuck are these words? Oh. No voice acting. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That's That's a beautiful name. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So, you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that that was my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering it's not that impressive. But the very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing. You said exactly the same thing three days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites can have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's cities of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear. Look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh, that's the wrong voice. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who's this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Runosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Oh, this is awkward! If I may? Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant, Runosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's me, right, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba? Mikotoba? I butchered your name. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do? But what will the question be? Surely not.
Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course. Oh, shit. Who said that? Oh, that was Ronowski. Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. Yeah, I get to read a lot, so allow me to summarize. Kazuna Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There is no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny.
November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. The Supreme Court of Judicature. Is that the word? Courtroom 2. So this is courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in a public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have been demanded at this time demanded that this be a secret trial. The powers that be have demanded. The wind must be strong there. Yes, it is. The power that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. I think this is a butchered sentence. The powers have demanded that this be a secret trial. Secret trial? A trial that's close to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Runosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Runosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellence.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I may oblige to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do...
I'll have to defend myself without anyone's help.
I need to answer quickly. What should I say? I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Rinosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Rinosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. You did what? He said that your dream of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. Just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... You don't think it was a fumble? Yes. I knew that's how you feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Man, it already, yeah, kind of. But that's how he becomes a lawyer, I think. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused had been defeated already? Huh, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly! Exactly what? I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Yeah, in fact, my mind's completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, you can question it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Yes!
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Who the fuck should I know? Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But... wait.
I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Rinosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
I can't even find that!
It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R1.
The fuck you talking about, bro?
If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press R1 for the court record. Alright. There's no time to lose. Besides, what the fuck is a R1? Oh, it's my nipple. It's a right nipple.
This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R1.
Okay, right, nipple, go.
You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, press circle to go back.
Where the fuck is the circle?
It's your belly button.
Oh.
John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yuma University from the British Empire. Okay. Takatsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor for this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Eugene Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yuma University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuha's mentor. Kazuha Sogi, a second year in the Imperial Yuma University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Okay, so this dude, John H. Wilson. So, remember to do with the current case. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Your right nipple. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. Then press triangle to present it. Try it now.
Triangle?
Yeah, just raise your hand when you want to talk.
Okay, can do.
Yeah, the victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of the Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is so scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient, expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Dr. Wilson was an Englishman.
But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Englishman! Yes, it is! The British Empire. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency!
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was... Yunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. University collar pin proved that a student of the Imperial Human University always wears it in collar in university jail. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay.
Yes!
Well... according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion.
That means it was a close shot. It was very close. The gun was fired very close to produce burn marks.
In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at a close range. I said that.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Yeah, mistake. If all stakes were created with gunfire, the photographic print of the victim has been entered into the courtroom.
So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before.
It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. My T-pose was perfect. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the fact of the case, the prosecution hereby calls the first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh, this is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah! Of course.
When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first, and where the hell are you getting all the wind for that? Wait! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival.
Okay.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an accidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood. Osunaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And so, petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Perspiring? Maybe, but aspiring? It was just about 2 a.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A guard chant rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. When did I pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor? Oh, shit. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But...
He has COVID. Yes, he does. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Inosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did you just say?
There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right.
When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
affair? Wait and see. Wait and see. We will be given a chance to speak.
I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Junosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who will justly get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I never have got into Yuma University otherwise.
But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know?
Oh, come on!
Cross-examination! It's later! It's supposed to be later! If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
Alright. You've scared me. I won't forget the piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for the court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, the mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw.
Osanaga-san, is there any chance you've mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Liar, liar, pants of fire. Yeah, true that. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. I don't see anything that proves anything on that picture. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Conscientious? Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Hiwa.
What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him.
The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Looking at the picture, it doesn't prove shit. It doesn't prove shit at all. There's so many seats. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant laying out on the back.
So, T-Pose? The court has now heard a process of the case.
Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on the trial today. It would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from a sworn witness who were present at the scene of the crime.
Okay, that is a contradiction. That is a fucking contradiction right now.
What do you think I should do?
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke.
The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, the dumbstruck young youth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Wait, witnesses. Fuck.
Very well, officer. Bring forward the witnesses at once.
Well, so there's two witnesses.
Did I just... There's literally two.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupation for the court.
Yes, sir! The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasunosa reporting for duty, sir!
Myself, I find employees a purveyor in articles of antiquity from the fluorescence of our nation, Nippon.
He could be.
And conduct my trade from Rasitea, humble premises in second district.
Please breathe. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen will present at the restaurant on the day in question.
Thank you. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I take my business.
I
can't understand a word that man is saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. Blech, I butchered that word. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although to be honest,
That sergeant looks more like he'd be a cellar rather than a bar.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative, motherfuckers! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the others. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Like a quack. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldiers claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Quack! What was the quack? What is this quack sound?
Savory memories of the most aesthetic afternoon. I got a vibrator in my ass!
What the witnesses saw. I was investigating a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. It's because the old man was vibrating while he was standing still.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. What the Oh no. Is he carrying a baby behind him? Is there a baby on his back? The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wait, the fuck you say? From the back?
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious, absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable manemy!
What times we live in, when the English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
Why he's in the court and knife, what? Anybody's gonna arrest him now? Alright, bye, Zeus. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that was lying on the floor! After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when it finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. Then I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is?
Runoski, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-examine?
Do it now!
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty! It is time to bring this despicable student to justice!
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
The defense
demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. Pathetic. Huh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
No. Cause am I so demanding? Oh, I'm gonna swoon.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Runosuke.
I don't even know what I have to do in cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
Right. Evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Runosuke. Don't let them beat you.
Alright then. It's all or nothing.
What was that?
Oh shit.
Sound. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with an old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy actions with my own eyes. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on an English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay, I'm gonna press that. That is triggering me. So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... Ugh! I've just had about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there's someone sitting right next to me who fits the description as well, huh? But it was you little weasel! You unloaded a firearm on that man from behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me! What is it, Rinosuke? I'm not quite sure. Something that the surgeon just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence. you've gathered in a court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it. Prime presser. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of a mysterious absconded precious curio.
This one. Wait. No. Present, I guess. Ah, okay. So, death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest. This is the one. This one. From the front. The bullet didn't get pass. Didn't pass. Wait. There's a magnifying glass? Okay, so the bullet passed through the front. And only through the front. Can I see what's on the bottom? No, I can't. Present.
Yes!
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting me some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! There is a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can the spring possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? What?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance of the photographic print presented by the defense that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir! What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on an English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
Yes!
But no! There just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from the bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What the? What was that? Something just popped out from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly. There's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Oh, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So, this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him! That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Oh, myself. I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
The treasure.
And then, the Hoya Akaban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop. Rasute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day on this scrutiny, it was the military man that I proffered my holy treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, or did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for a briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Kaban vanished. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest. Did you find the coin in the end?
No.
Let's see.
That lamentable day, the precious holy Kaban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position? What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear. And there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
Yes, clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir! At once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir!
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir! Name Ido!
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido? Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy.
Ew.
Ew. Ew. That's not
The true culprit.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at a foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than a black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out!
This test is certainly complex.
Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of this outburst already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed. Of the table of which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set.
Certainly. Based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen in the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him! It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Inosuke. It's not over yet. If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examination the witnesses. But make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Truco, I'm gonna press everything, because for fuck's sake, I didn't find anything suspicious yet. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing.
Yes!
No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Yeah, I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what?
Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekute-san?
He didn't answer. He didn't say yes. Oh, now he says,
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man. He was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it anyway.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Kaban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With a pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there's been more people dining there at the time, there's someone else, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
Hello, evidence! What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Had a clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon at past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Rinowski?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Ask submitted. Yes, obviously.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already had conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights! It's the most disturbing trend!
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card from our clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem irrelevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but is the day after the festival already for you?
Okay.
Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Kurikura-san? Indeed.
What? I actually want to read. No. Article report card for not cleaning those found in victim support. Examine. Shit. I don't see any contradictions on the pictures. Actually, I do see one. Hard to see, but I see it. The vase here is lower, and the vase and the vase on the other picture is here. Wait. Glass is empty. Glass is full. Oh, hello! Glass empty! Glass half filled. Hello, contradiction! That's the wrong table. Entirely wrong table. Okay, but let's continue. Continue talking.
Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, didn't you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget, the
Nope, my headset is dying. Just a moment. Yo, charging.
And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one!
No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Yes! Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion is just not possible. Did I read it wrong? Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. Okay. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, The prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Nosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changed much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you've got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you can examine. Press X. Then you can take a closer look at the piece in question.
What X?
Use right stick up, left, down, and right.
What? What right stick? What? Is it my ding dong? What are you talking about? I'm scared.
To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Using left stick, left, right, up, left, down, and right.
Wait, there is a left one? Oh, does that mean I have two ding dongs?
You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues. That way, that may have been missed before.
Crosshairs? I'm trying to prove I didn't shoot anyone and you're telling me to use crosshairs?
If the crosshairs start to pulsate,
they pulsate.
Press X to investigate further.
The fuck is X?
So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card.
Closer look! Got it!
See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
You should have said just closer look. Just that. Alright, let's see what I can do. I need to use... What did he say? Right stick, left stick, and X. Oh, I just need to examine it. Just look closer.
Okay. Name Mr. John Wilson, Hota Clinic. Dentist, Hota Clinic. Date. Wait, where did the date go? There's no date. Record number 372. I guess we'll examine it. It looks like the medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why with a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you're like a doctor then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. Oh, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine to eat. Okay, so obviously that at the top. I'm gonna examine that. Report card. This is Hota Clinic. With this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I do have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never my whole life! Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where there are 3 people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Healthy curiosity. Haha. Hello. Let's begin from here. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. He couldn't eat. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effect has passed. Hello! Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card information. A record dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we'll listen to the testimony again. Know you? Definitely. Even what I saw was in present moment, the firearm discharged, and almost the same thing. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man was that for the young lad, blah 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 blah. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that he was the only personnel present. Indeed, alone, he was even dining all by himself. Okay, just in case I'm not confident that this is the one, but why am I doing this? Why am I saving? I have 5 lives. But again, he was not dining. He could not dine. Present this, baby. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical. Oh shit! Can I? Oh no! I pressed the wrong button. I thought I needed to present even that. Wrong button. I'll drink some water meanwhile. They bleep. Okay. Too bad there's no skip button. Definitely. Okay. Back. Present this triangle.
Yes!
Well, I think,
What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Yunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, you purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Korikura-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness's statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Damn me. Have you forgotten my words of soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further.
Hmm.
The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who...
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That almost half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
Oh, what's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? You had orders not to eat? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Korikuda-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No!
Additionally, there is more! You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case! Because the victim, as we know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effect of the anesthetic. Oh! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart! These are baseless accusations! Just look at this photographic evidence! You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table!
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you!
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself. Meet the two witnesses. an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence on a half-eaten steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
No!
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling of at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly.
Kazuma! Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issues with you.
What do you mean?
I have issues with them! Those two witnesses in the stand! What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied then when giving their testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
No, negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us.
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
What? What did you just say? Korikura-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Now hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, yo pa?
Just one simple slip of a tongue! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painful clear now. You tried to prevent this witness from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, let's say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aoichi had any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? By examining this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result? Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There is no time to lose. I think I know what I need to examine. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe. I think I need to examine this. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative positions of everything in the moments of following the incident. But there is nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly! And that's not all. Look, here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Rinosuke. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Department, Imperial Police Bureau. Holy shit! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look. Do you see it says the witness's name? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes. Business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job. Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau? Spectre? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Well, we got proof. Sevilla.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this? Mouthful. Почему ты ложишься на клавиатуру? Why the keyboard?
Where? Your Excellency.
No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... this guy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If you truly were?
Come on, Rinosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to details, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back.
of the back of the car that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Just turn it around. Will somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? On the Saga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as the regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses. There in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Who said hold it?
Inspector Hosonaga!
I was worried. Something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Well...
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary! I was working undercover.
Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable!
As I expected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim had slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say...
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered, an Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical facilities research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean...
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student university in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility.
What is happening?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence on the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular criminal premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that the premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Oh.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Ooh, time for a little break. I'm going to take a piece. Damn, I love this. Save your progress. Absolutely. Just a moment. I'm going to take a piss. I really need it. I'm back. Let's continue. I need to do something to prevent my cat from sleeping on a keyboard. Good thing I'm playing on PlayStation so my keyboard doesn't reflect anything. A good thing I'm not the mouse didn't press anything on OBS. Alright. Alright. Absolutely. Let's continue. I'm ready. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant and to Chamber 5. Oh, God damn it. That's not a word, right? Excellent work, Runosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking. You were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it! It's terrifying! And if I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again! Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Ms. Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! Damn it, cat. Why do you do this? No, my cat is fucking spacebar! There was a young woman. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Best thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shot in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. My nose. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste anyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, what are you trying to pull? Awful. Nope. She went. Yay. No. No cat on the table. Happy me. I'm very happy. Now I can sit however the fuck I want. Anyway, back to character. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson, was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes. And I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool in their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There is something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them.
Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street.
With an extra large portion, of course.
22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. I cannot say that word. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena, I almost read subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against the odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with the Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with a great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh. Well said, Runosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea? Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussion take place without tea. Is that true?
Is that true?
No idea.
So, can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at the Carnival.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Runosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sort of lacking.
Guilty? So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Oh, please. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Oh, I butchered it. I'm afraid I don't understand a word he said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
No, it wasn't. There was a fart in it. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Where English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Are you? You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Runovsky. So we do understand why the blah. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? English! English! She says, yes. No! It was so long for yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? What she said. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Okay. Witness testimony. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Oh, this will take forever. I had arranged to meet with a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Nothing sus yet. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Oh, that's bullshit. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. You carried a gun. Thank you for telling me that. This is a condemning... No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Great, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Yeah, you still make the same mistakes, Runovsky. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
But he's so annoying!
Of course. I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless. However, well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, she is nowhere about her person. What? As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Are you fucking with me? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Alas, and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide the gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Renowski. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slight late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Time to press everything!
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's a really quiet late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashion from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
My cat is back. No, the keyboard is in danger.
No.
Oh, she said no.
No!
A decisive English no was quite a sting to it. Quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So, it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as an evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
Oh, for the love of God, Morphle!
Keyboard. 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 Please don't lie down on a keyboard.
Oh, you adorable little muffing fluff. Motherfucking fluff. Oh, you adorable little thing. Please don't lie down on a keyboard. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the heart clinic, correct? That's right. You're actually supposed to check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so. Yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak picture here. Is that right, Miss Pratt? That's right. Yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me! What a harrowing experience. You have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Bullshit! There's not 2 glasses on the table. Each is a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Gronowski, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. This laugh. That last statement of yours, Miss Pratt, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what's this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is up. When the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestepped counsel.
Very well, Miss Pratt. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Wait, how the hell did you make your mask smile?
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Gronowski. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak? That was for you, Miss Pratt. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in the Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Gotta think of it. No. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Get a picture with only one cup. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. I technically can already proceed, but I want to push everything. After a while, the accused came over to and greeted the professor, and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me.
No. I wasn't directing the retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you.
But anyways, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain.
Sorry?
Miss Brad does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English.
Now, one of the prosecution will feel that way forever. We're all in the presence of a beautiful woman.
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face.
You have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yes, I still had some coffee to drink.
And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun.
And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true.
But
all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. He's so confused every time he slaps the table. He's trying to do the but it goes. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time.
That will do, you dirty random scoundrel! Dirty? Your baseless accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense!
The lady is merely stating what she saw.
And this is already an international incident, as far as I'm concerned anyway.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally.
You verified it?
Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not."
That's all you did. You just asked her.
Surely you carried a physical search, Inspector. No.
Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will. But if you are going to continue with the preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. Awful. Что такое?
Keyboard. Don't lie on the keyboard. What's wrong, Muffle? You want attention, I know.
But I'm streaming right now. And I'm reading a book. I'm technically reading a book out loud. And I'm enjoying it. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. Muffle, for fuck's sake. Just lay down here. Don't use the poof. I know you want to use the poof, but don't use the poof. Because when you use the poof, you use the keyboard. You know what? I'm putting the keyboard farther away from you. How about that? How do you deal with that, cat? Bam, badum. There you go. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful, gentle woman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous look you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements. That seems even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. I already know what I'm going for. Jesus, cat! I'm awful. Alright. I ordered a beefsteak with myself and a professor, and I said cheers over the glass of carbonated drink. Okay, so here I'm going to present this picture that clearly doesn't have a second glass.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table on the crime scene. At the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers.
Miss Brad just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true... Я тебя, блядь, укушу. Why do you lie down on a fucking keyboard? Muffle! You cat! You cat! You cat, you! You kitten cat! No! Why do you attack my keyboard? Why? Why?
And don't stop me with your paws. Boom. Lie down. Lie down. Stay down.
But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh! That's quite right, Council. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of glass make on the case?
Oh, you're stupid. Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she sang. Good gracious.
Sorry.
Lying hack.
There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Shit! Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. And there was no place to hide a gun, you say?
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think, henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well,
I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that there is some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, there is the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Well, let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what you forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right!
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jeziel Bratt's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Bratt's handbag.
Oh, no!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. It's a see-through handbag. Shit. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Bratt's handbag. Well, I never. I can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, matchwork bags like these are the height of the fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there is nothing to imply Miss Bratt's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered in the courtroom. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san of the incident occurred. It shows Miss Bratt's handbag on a chair by the victim's blade. By the victim's something. I think you've had enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic prints just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. Actually, I want to see that. Let me see it.
What is this? What is this bull thing? What is this bull thingamajig? And here's the glass. Actually, it doesn't make sense. This is actually very curious right here. Other than that, I don't see anything sus. Other than the bull print. And the thing that they say it's a see-through, but I don't see the other side of the curtain, of the white sheet. I don't see it on the other side. Well, they clearly did it so you could... I think they did a black inside so that they can see, you can see the glass. Otherwise, it's gonna blend in. It's gonna be hard to see. The fuck is this now? Alright, I'll be right back. Just a moment. It's fine. Everything good. False alarm. Alright. So let's see now. Other than the bull, nothing else stands out. So for now, we got nothing. As a photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed! And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us, is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was in the start. Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Runosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of yourself.
This can be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip right through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There is nothing about that last photograph that the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Runosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you...
Wait, Your Excellency.
Runosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case. You can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
The amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this.
as the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is a blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with the evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Yunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Save!
Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Asanaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail which we have alluded. Wait, it's not changing. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail which you have alluded. This fishy. Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the case of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as the prosecutor Aoshi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brad has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff.
Oh, she's running away. She is panicking.
She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What you thinking on this, Yunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to print the shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? You would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Bratt's face.
Really?
I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of the truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present the evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let's see. Nothing. There it is! Hello, my pretty.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print.
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Bratt. You see, it's very clearly visible on the other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate.
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of the Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Inosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But if that is the case, We can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been a day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, the prosecutor's Nouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster suddenly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for the 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Aochi? Prosecutor Aochi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Runoski, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Oh, already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
No, Professor Ochi. Prosecutor Ochi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely Miss Bright knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Bright, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Lie after lie with that.
Miss Brett, you, speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter till now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
No.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well... You are the epitome of true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. The lavish considerations you are so graciously affording us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. These are getting interesting. Runosuke. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Good remix. Love it.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Oh, I know the cause.
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Cunt. Just cunt. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tone of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. Let me lick your ass. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? What? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you notice that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Consul, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problem with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Press! But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly pant trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
What fun! You hadn't realized?
The dear lady's absolutely right. As a friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke.
Why did you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brain imagine such a thing?
Oh, yes. I think my tiny brain can.
Well, I can't.
Anyway, when the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir.
Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when he delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the court, I mean, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite, dumbass.
Anyway, as far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us.
And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled down even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Auchi is right. Ugh.
If there is some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Without leaving a trace?
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always the telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there was some other way to kill someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no! Perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question!
On my honor, I, Tekitsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cause such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back up. Evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Well, that hurt him.
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives, to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. Can you understand? A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. She's actually admitting our police may be flawed.
Perhaps Prosecutor Auchi's finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Bright just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There's maybe some clues somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Pratt? Actually, no. About the person sitting next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes. He seems to react a little strangely to Miss Bratt's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. We'll find out soon enough, I suppose. We'll surprise Miss Bryant on her last statement again. But of course the contest of there we go. Inferior. What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police stores everything found in a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brandt as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When the people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry, pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Rinosuke. It's all to do with the witness's marker.
What marker?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brandt. Brett, who is the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with left and right D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand.
You're talking gibberish again!
While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the X button.
We still haven't figured out what the fuck is X button.
If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with the... I just look at somebody else. And I focus on detective, right? And then pursue him with probably something. I have to talk to him or something? So what's the X button? And see what's on his mind, right? Well, here we go. Exactly, which means that even the investigation takes a different direction, while else it may be lost. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Ah! What the? What's the meaning of the? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? Is the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment? If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately!
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Yeah?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, Yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
Okay. Crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remark touched a nerve there. Take this, for example.
Hello, you're panicking, bitch. Is that...
This is the bottle of the carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
The carbonated water has been added to the court record. Woohoo!
The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brand shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seems to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Actually, let me examine it.
The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking.
Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know.
Hello, there's something at the bottom.
Oh, no, never mind. There was something at the bottom from here. Oh, wait. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke! You can't do that!
For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gotten quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
We have no idea when the poor man was burned. The waiter brought my steak. The professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem will show there was no possibility of death beside the gunshot. Okay, here we go. Damn you, she said damn you.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson has only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Although?
whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
She's gonna say damn you and then I switch to her.
Damn you. No, wait. I can't pursue it. Why can I not pursue it? Actually,
Excuse me.
what do you make of that, Inspector Hosonaga? I'm talking about the last statement. What I mean is, does something strike you as unusual? This is hopeless. No matter how hard I try, I just can't get past that cough. I don't think you need to push it, Yunosuke. Give him some time. Yes, alright. I'll leave it for now. No. Going back. Maybe I fucked up there. But she says, damn you, that's right there. Comment in a drink, blah blah blah. Although, another professor drank. Damn you. Okay.
I have enough English to understand what it means. For the benefit of others, encourage me, bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway.
Okay.
The post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there is other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
With pleasure.
Yes.
I'm shooting right away. What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind.
Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison.
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from the bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there were poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Especially since he had an open wound, the poison would spread a lot faster.
Order, order, order! Oh, he did it! It wasn't a slap, it was a bang. And on that day, he was sitting at the table, at the same table as the professor, and able to slip the poison into his drink. There's only person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may? I will silence you forever for this disgraceful... It is you who should be silent. Of course.
I fucking love him. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my humble apologies. I'm sorry, milady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could not find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of the carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! She took the murder weapon, don't be stupid! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Yo! Cindy! Thanks for the raid, how are you? And I'm sorry I'm streaming this without you, but I just couldn't hold myself. I needed to stream something that I can read. Hey, but how's everyone doing? How are you all doing? Hey, thanks for the follow! Thank you so much! Thank you so very much. Ah, another attorney. That's good to see. Oh, another follow. Thank you very much. Undertale intensifies. True. Alright, we are already almost at the finish line. I want to see how this ends. Because this one pisses me off. Yes. Unfortunately, I'm on source feed. Twitch did not give me privilege this time. Man, it's fine. I'm not Sim. I'm Al. Simas is in a different location. I'm Al. Well, yes, it sucks. Well, I'm currently dual streaming, so I can send you a link of YouTube if you're interested. But right now, I need to destroy my enemies.
But of course, my dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Yes, send you to send you the link. Un momento. Send you the link. And where's Twitch? There it is. There you go. You're very welcome.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Hey, Yuck Fan! Welcome to YouTube. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. No! As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. This court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brandt.
Ah, very wise.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Yeah.
Kazuma.
I'm sorry, Runosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
She doesn't have eyes. She doesn't. She literally just has the bottom part of the face. She doesn't have anything else. That's why she's weird. She's the Persona character, you know, the not important Persona character. Oh, who was that? Okay, that's new.
Please wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in furoshiki cloth.
It's the glass. I bet it's the glass. Don't you dare. Well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for another 2 hours of this. Well, because why I'm saying glass is because clearly he was the dude was poisoned. Clearly it was poisoned, but there was no poison found in the bottle or in the water, leaving only one thing: the brat ran away with a glass, meaning the glass has evidence of having poison on it. Bam, that's my logic. But let's see if the game agrees with my logic. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of... Oh god, this word. Judicature? How do I fucking pronounce it? Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you are a judicial assistant to the defense. Judicature. Well, I guess the first time I pronounced it correctly. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency?
I'm most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English.
It's Jezzael Brat's research.
Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh no! Of course not!
Special characteristics of Cuirae and its effect on the human subjects? Interesting. Curea? What's that? I've never heard of that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eyes over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. A report detailing unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during the time at UMA University. Time to read! Goodbye then, and good luck. She's a ghost. All this time she was a ghost! Oh god, no! You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Runowski, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yeah, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I'll have to... Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Brett, oh, yeah, I hate her as well. She's a new character. This is honestly the first chapter. I never played this game, but I already hate her. Alright, let's see. The poison made from the synopsis. A poison made from the bark of a certain tree in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the regions have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effect: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound. I'm too smart. This game is not as smart as me, because I already solved it and I said it before. Such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. He doesn't have a tooth. He has an open wound. Due to its ability to render human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for a respiratory arrest caused as a result of a full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation.
We're out of entry! Oh yeah!
Yes!
Ms. Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. By sheer coincidence, perhaps into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison. Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Curea, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body deals an instant death. Leads to instant death.
What? What complete and utter nonsense! Curea, you say? I've never even heard of it!
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean, that you wouldn't have heard of Curea before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curea. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! 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 Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curea has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The reports state that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curea suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? That is fascinating, very.
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other donors would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, is the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that Curea was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters the poison system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him to support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But they don't follow, Kazuma. They're just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curea poison. Lots of dots. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
There's a possibility I failed with my idea of the glass. Because since they didn't identify the poison, it could be still there, in the bottle. Damn you, game. You beat me once, but you'll never beat me twice.
If I may. All these facts! You think you're so clever! It is you who must be taught. Of course! My dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brat, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalism? Oh, capitalism. Whoops, wrong game. Capitalizing on an unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Oh no! I was right! The game did beat me! She's gonna drink from it!
Well, yes. I don't see, why not?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boy.
Sorry.
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. It is the glass. It definitely is the glass. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is a laugh. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
The face shall never be revealed, it seems.
Wait, what? What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Wait for it.
I'm waiting. Is nobody gonna die? Well, that's boring.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
Yup, that's what I was saying. All the trick in a buck. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research to concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Fuck. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose it's nothing else. If nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade.
will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? Well, there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Yunosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Yunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform and the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, for which you will be penalized. This whole trial is poisoned. There has to have been poison in that bottle. There is no poison in the bottle. Doesn't there? Well, there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Yunosuke. Well, the clues now. The bottle of water.
Unless...
Right, it has to circulate into blood. Into an open wound.
Okay. If she doesn't have any wounds... No, still doesn't make sense. Because that's what our body does. It circulates water, food, and then it circulates through the blood. It takes the vitamins and circulates through the blood. The blood cells do that. It doesn't have to be an open wound for that. Yes, it'll be slower, but... Okay. It's a game. It has its own rules. Let's continue with that. The culprit did put Cuerre poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way the poison could contain
the poison can contain poison.
There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw!
Blood and poison mix poorly. Well, yes, they mix poorly. Deadly poorly. Miss Brand drinking the water from it.
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite end up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is the evidence we have in the court record. Somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support this session with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned unscathed? Well, either it's one of the chapters here, or we go with a record of dental work, because he had a wound in his mouth when he was drinking. She doesn't have a wound in his mouth. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? The wound. Okay, let's go with the wound.
Yes.
It seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You'll have to think harder than the defendant. Okay, so that's a no.
Sorry, Your Excellency, I'll try to find some better supporting evidence.
You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be.
Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts.
The defense, sorry, the wretched accused, truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposed water unscathed?
It's the fucking glass! It's the fucking glass! But we're trying to prove that it's the bottle! The poison is in the bottle! I say it's this! The fucking glass! That you took away! But we're trying to prove the bottle! Okay. The poison made from the bark of trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through the wound. So the wound must be, there has to be a wound. Okay. I take it back with the blood. But there has to be a wound. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic. It's believed that the toxin could be application of anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest caused by the result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patient would die of suffocation. The fact that the bottle was swiped and replaced makes some sense. Yes, but the detective is obsessed. The detective is on our side. The idiot detective is on our side. So, it says it has to be a wound. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposed... I'm going with this one. Because we're trying to prove that the bottle has poison right now.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
Okay, that's different.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish.
Oh, you're a I want to... tutorial guy, you're so stupid.
This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone.
Honest, I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
Well, it is happening in Japan right now, so obviously. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in the entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Synopsis, special characteristics, practical application. It's written right here under practical applications, I think?
Oh, really? Go on.
Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect. That's a practical application of the poison used as a drink, maybe?
Objection!
Are you stupid?
Yeah.
Special characteristics. Fuck! Okay, you meant that way. Yeah. Yeah. Whoops. Whoopsie poopsie. Alright. I'm running out of lives. Because I'm an idiot. I'm rushing. That music is so epic, I'm rushing because of it.
You'll have to do better than that. I shudder to think how we'll fare in the 20th century if we're led by the likes of you.
Ah, well, there's a whole lot of games because of that, 20th century. So, you know. Yes. Yunosuke.
What?
Read properly.
Thanks for the concise advice. Something explains how the English woman could have taken Curer with no ill effect. I should have read. I should have actually double-checked. Yeah, he's right. Then better reread her research paper and see if I can spot anything.
Ha! You don't have any more clues about that English tome than I do. It's completely intractable.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in the entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent section, Council. Which section in the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Special characteristics! Sorry, I didn't read before. Double checked.
This game is major with rereading. Yeah. It's not like Danganronpa that repeat the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over until you get it. But sometimes you don't get it because they repeat it too many times over and over and over. Anyway, we've been hearing a lot about this Curer poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. I finished with Cine only the first 3 games, so the rest of the games I do not know, but I want to play them all. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curer enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curer's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Wow, her mask just got pointy. Well, Runovsky, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it... So, you brat little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts you read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Wait. I just realized. Is the bird on her head alive and always been? So, does the bird poop on her head? No, never mind. Yep. Definitely dental record. It is absolutely alive. The schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Says schoolboyish?
Yes, I know, there was a parrot proving he was a murderer.
Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Cuirae is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, makes sense. Okay, fair enough. High five, you win this time, game. I agree. That is one of the solution, yes. So the blood is safe from the poison, yep, okay.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this little poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right!
Good gracious! That's the basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No?
Order in court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yeah, that's actually new. 2 chapters only.
Yes, this Cuirae poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that!
Bitch, please, you turn black and white.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection? Oh, that's so cool. That is so calm.
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Cuirae? If this gives me a fucking punch in the gut, I'll be pissed. Oh, he changed his tone completely. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the 2 diners. A fatal difference. The toxic effect of Cuirae are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So, that's it. You've used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? Oh, is it the legendary breakdown but in 3D?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile.
What? What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence laying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip.
Yeah, that would actually instantly put you in prison, my lady. But it's not that time of the year, and yeah.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! What is it? What just happened? Is the English woman? She just smashed that bottle? And the Supreme Court? What a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from a British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this!
You can thumb the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in a bottle or not.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact.
Is the beginning of the legal system, so they don't really have those nitpicking holes and everything.
Isn't that right? Counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. Ah!
Oh, shit. All of a sudden, Brad turned into whatever that guy's name is. The tutorial guy's name.
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from that front is the little schoolboy.
No! You killed the victim that day, using Curea. And then, in order to frame Runoski Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chairman around. I don't know why it was always head. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you didn't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest.
delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This isn't believable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now, surely going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Ryunosuke. Yeah? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. I just imagined the swan pulling out a gun and shooting. If that's the conclusion, that'll be bullshit. What I saw, what I felt, every color. He was shot beforehand. So suppressed gun is Kazuha, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Right there. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? The game just autosaved for me. The game does not trust me. It autosaved for me. Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright. I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be, the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Is there somewhere a clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is? Clue that shows. Well, there's blood. But is there's? It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is. Oh, wait. But, well, there's clearly blood. Clearly blood. On a well-done steak that is cooking even now. Yeah, but he wasn't the one eating. Well, it's obviously this, but I can't connect the dots myself. So, fuck it, let's go for it. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Oh! 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 Oh, bitch! Oh, I needed that. Oh, this motherfucker coughs blood. He brought the... Oh! He was the one who shot. He is the shooter. Yes! What is it? Still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. No, actually, you know what? I take it back, because every time I jump to conclusions,
The game fucking punches me in the dick, like it did with the glass. Although I still think it was the glass. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's stable that day?
Wait a minute! Where are you?
Where are you going with this, little boy?
He was about to ask that. You bitch!
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on a wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, there was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Yeah, I fucking hate myself. I literally said that the detective is on our side. Oh.
Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there is no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
No, he's just retarded. Oh, yes. He's trying to get that pussy. He's trying to get laid. And he wants to end this whole case as fast as possible because this is an international incident. This is an international incident. He's trying to end this case as fast as possible to keep the relations between Great Britain and Japan in place. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant has been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. As you can see, he's fucked up in the head, but he's on our side. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there is a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! The judge
The judge just, fuck the refinement, give it to me. I'm not refined anymore, just give me. I'm lightheaded. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. That's the wrong plate. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. That's because that's the wrong plate. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy! Okay, somebody do something about that bird in her head. You see? This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Because, I don't know. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Fuck! Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the fact all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I have to say, Capcom did a great job of making a villain. I fucking hate her. The meal Miss Brad ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Rudowski. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Okay. Let me examine before I read that. Examine. Well, there's definitely nothing below. There was supposedly blood here. Oh, wait. Could it have cooked itself? Hello? Huh? What the fuck? What in the world is this? Bribery. Oh, it's the wrong plate. It's the wrong plate. It was the plate. It was the plate of the soldiers. He brought the wrong plate, that Ames. I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No. I don't mean what it... No. I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait. Did you say it was Hawaii Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. Damages are very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of the Hawaii Koban. I've heard of pears before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. Oi, bullion in bouillon. I don't think I read it correctly, and I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means that this is a wrong goddamn plate.
I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoa era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in juices as well too. What do you think? What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. And I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Runosuke. A Kaban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Anything else? Oh. This emblem is on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Okay, my voice is going away. So, I'm finishing this chapter. I must finish this chapter. I wanted to do a second chapter as well, but my voice is going away. Alright. Thank you. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely is this in this plate of beef steak is this new clue to be found? The beef, sir!
Huh? What the hell is this? Why are we having this conversation again?
I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoa era, I believe.
No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing here?
Wait, did you say it was Hoa Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk of Hoa Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before bouillons. I still can't pronounce it correctly. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Present the coin! Oh. Well, fuck me.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
Come on. What on earth?
Oh, everyone at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day of question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could possibly have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. Arejo Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. Arejo Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here.
The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's it doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Okay, so obviously he is the owner of it. But he's the one who stole it. Yeah, he's the one who stole it because he was eating that. Which one is the correct one? Obviously this one. I bet it's this one.
Take that!
Obviously can only be the antique dealer, the owner of Rasute, Curio Korakuda-san. Let's not over... When I overthink, I always fuck up.
Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with the Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
And the Hoy Akaban, my prized coin!
That this Hoy Koban? Do you mean to tell me?
No. Please, why would Korakuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes, what? Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a lot. But I have a lunch. But I have a hunch. A strong hunch. That if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Wait, to be continued again? Oh, I almost pissed myself. Okay, give me a second, I need some water. Okay, here we go. What's this all about? Wait. Sir, yes, sir! What's this all about? Why have I been called up here again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from the courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this rusty shop owner's existence. You see this knife? I'll commit seppuku, motherfuckers.
I fucking love it. I fucking love it.
Be that as it may, Kurakuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your rusty memory serves, is this...
Wow! That's it! The one, the very one, the very exact one that it is! Did I stab something? I think I stabbed something. I don't care. The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It
Can't be.
as I thought.
Young man, enlighten the discrepant old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was my precious? Where was it dropped?
I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your corn sandwich between this beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices.
Sandwich.
Maji? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. You are ruined to that thing. Such an unconscious thing.
Well, that's the voice I gave him from the start.
Excuse me. Could I say something?
Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga.
I messed up the plates. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The second undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it?
Yes.
I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. Yeah, I might. No, I'm just... I've been, 5 hours at this, and I'm loving it so much. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuda-san's Koban is all too clear. I'm finishing this fucking case! Oh, tomorrow I'm gonna stream something light on my throat, don't worry.
What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurotaka-san's Koban and hid it under the stake?
This motherfucker?
Obviously, it can only be you! The baby! Sergeant Iesa Nosa. What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me! Oh, my joke broke through. My joke was canon. But it wasn't me. It was Idol. Dude, it is censoring it, so it was Ido! Ido is the mastermind behind all this! The baby's just as in shock.
Really?
Dude. Well, yes, babies are quite little thieves. You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son. An innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Clippity glop, clippity glop, clippity glop, clippity glop, clippity glop. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court. Sir. Well, his mustache is fucked. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army? Oh my god, I have to approve of these messages. Why, YouTube? I have to actually check it out. Why is this happening? Yes, the baby just did that. The extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe. Yes, every message that has a fuck in it, I have to approve it. It jumps up to me. Can you allow that? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes? All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son! Well, I mean, you are the only person reading in the... True, you're actually correct, but... so you wouldn't feel like, oh, he's censoring me, and all that crap. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Even every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban?
was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
It was all set to leave this. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes. When the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on that double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Is there an option to say, "Are you an idiot?" Everybody wants to say you're an idiot. Can somebody please say you're an idiot? This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Are you stupid? That proves that it wasn't our plan, you dumb fuck!
Tipos and ouch. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, your excellency.
Indeed. Oh, Josh, please don't be stupid. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is.
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat.
The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
No, nonsense, is it? Well... I don't have a button for the baby, oof. But... oof!
And...
here's the wrong plate has been brought.
And for the picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her.
Are you
I know it's a game. I know, but... Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Come on! Objection! Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Yunosuke. Objection! Yunosuke, what's the matter with you? It's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just, something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Didn't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Feel like there was a contradiction there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Wait. If that's the case, you'll just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! I'm actually curious, what the hell?
Thank you for your access. Good luck, everyone, and good day.
Okay, I'm confused.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't go out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Yunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
and is for picking up your steak and biting into it without using knife and fork, is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Oh, the steak doesn't have any cuts.
Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposes an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brad's words truly are contradictory, where is the evident proof of it?
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just spilling hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a fine English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten.
Nom 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 nom.
As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh. Oh, she said on English. On English. In English.
Very refined. It looks like Miss Brad has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, couldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Why? What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. That will be all.
Why? What makes you think you have the right to dismiss her? You're not a Okay.
Of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Rest assured, I've had enough! You irritating little spectacle samurai relics!
What? Really? Dumb is censored as well? Oh boy, I need to see what's going on with the censorship on YouTube.
Oh, of course, dear lady!
What's the matter, Miss Brent? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yeah, it's very harsh. Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstains I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes. I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount of conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today?
You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase.
Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Ah, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? That can't be right. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Oh, wait, I lost him. Oh, there he is.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous!
No. I'm not saying that.
Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda's son's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? I will finish this chapter if my voice fucking dies! Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Shut up! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still... I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. Okay, I was about to say meat instead of meal. Meat would have been better, but god damn it, that would have been weird. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. This noble lady is hardly good affair. True.
But that makes no sense. That blade was taken from the victim's table.
Blade? Ugh. Yeah, the Jello woman doesn't take bites out of her steak. Nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course he didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Yeah, true that. She is mocking. She deserves a big slap on the ass, on her face, on the tits, on the ass again. Well, you know, punishment. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over.
I wasn't going to, but now I do. Yeah. Yeah, ouchie, you kind of fucked up there. You literally.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he'd decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning.
Yeah, the baby is just right there for that.
It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, prosecutor son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. You fucked this shit up.
So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brad's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brad's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Oh! Motherfucker!
That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
No, you're not wrangling your way out of this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak ban promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. I was Ed N. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now, we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Bratt. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will bring the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir!
He's taking sweet time.
Sorry for keeping you.
Blood! I see blood!
They are all weird.
Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Oh, it can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Bratt. It's you! Breakdown? Oh. Oh. Swan died.
Outdone by a Japanese... me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No!
Will we see the face? Ah! Wait, did he just... What? What? What's going on? Wait, there was a black one as well? What? Capcom, I love you.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
I actually thought we were gonna see your face, for fuck's sake. But I think this was better.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. Yep, my ass indeed, bro. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curea. As you surmised, I chose the particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So, you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Sorry, because Curea is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone.
Oh, actually, you know what? If I actually was drunk, I think this would have been even better, this whole story. But you know what where she fucked up? Setting up Ryunosuke. Because if the poison is not isn't possible to identify. Oh, well, somebody's having fun. If the poison cannot be identified in Japan, here is the problem in the logic. Why shoot him? All you have to do is be like, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" And he will die. And while he is dying, and then he would die, and there would be no proof other than, "Oh, he had a cardiac arrest." Yet there is no poison. You don't set up anyone, and it's an accident. Why did you set up somebody else, you stupid woman? Yeah, she would have gone free if she didn't set up Naruhodo. Ah. Medically is good as well. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose.
Nice. Well, as long as it's a good wine and not discounted trash wine.
Yes, you.
Who else?
Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor. Man, that I had lost my chance to slip away unannounced.
Unnoticed, not unannounced. Ugh.
Unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor always carries a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curea in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Oh, under your skirt? I would love to see that.
So, I was right. There were 2 guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun? As I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead.
Naturally, the gun should cause the commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously. I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
So, there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Ah, fair enough.
Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I'll suck your dick! Sorry. I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Damn it, why is everyone ghosts? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be.
Takatsuchi Hochi does not lose! I'm a tutorial guy! I am supposed to be the champion! Not to the likes of this rookie student! I taught him well.
This girl literally just messed up so hard. Yeah, she did. That panic plan of her really messed up hard. You better start getting used to tougher position.
Ow! Runosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten!
You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Naruto fucking jumped so far away. Wait. His hair has skin on it. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern technology, that modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. Yeah, I think he did Metal Gear Rising move. That's it for the young to pursue. That's it for the young. That is for the young to pursue. Japan. It's happening in Japan. Kazuma Asugi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Observe everything of the wider world that you are able to. Because I thought that Japan went completely closed as a country. It was fierce. Well, it wasn't completely closed. They did trade with Britain, but they slowly opened up. It took ages. It took hundreds of years to open up. Yeah, that were very... This is the times where it started opening up. I don't know the exact year, though. The years of Sherlock Holmes, I think it was 1800s. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wide world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Or was it 1900s? I don't remember. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense... How can I put it? Unusual potential. I will very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency!
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Not guilty!
Oh, it's not confetti, it's Sakura. It doesn't change the fact that somebody needs to clean it up afterwards. This court is now adjourned. Yes, they did. Well, yes, Japan and China are basically, how do I say it? They're close relatives. Because before hiragana came to existence, it was Chinese lettering. Chinese math, everything was learned from China. Before they started to learn by themselves. Besides, the very first alphabet of Japan was actually created by a woman, Japanese woman, which was sick and tired that that only the males could learn the kanji. And she wanted a way to actually write letters between her lover, I think, or her friends and family, other females. So she came up with the hiragana, and that's where the true difference in language started to appear. And it became adopted in Japan, their own language. I learned that while learning a little bit of Japanese. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Woo! Welcome back. Judicature defendants entered antechamber 5. Ugh, I cannot read that ever. I can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I can't believe this is the end of chapter 1 after 6 hours. Holy shit! I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Ah, there you go. It's 79. Oh, I was off the mark very hard. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done... Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuo. Bye. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, I'm next to Lars Sukiyaki from the place on Yumei University Street, don't forget. Yeah. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, wait, that's her. Whoops, wrong voice.
Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruhodo-san's innocence.
What? What did I just read? I think I butchered that sentence.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Okay, there we go. That's the correct one. Ah, our trusted judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result. For that result too, you know?
Oh no, I didn't know anything.
Thank you so much! He scared the shit out of her. If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Bratz, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on course proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba, I'm always butchering his name. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, It is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh, yes. You mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicines in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you were together? I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is its soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cut down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes and almost my neck.
Ah, that reminds me. What happened to the woman? The Giselle brat, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? She's not going to face trial herself. Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Bratt will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction.
Who said that? Oh, okay. Consular jurisdiction.
Inspector Lusanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch.
I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can be heard.
But why is a consular court?
Professor, simply can't understand. I thought consular court were a thing of the past now, that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right.
Then,
so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can they?
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making a secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
The British Government Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Pratt. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. A foreign student committing murder? But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. Oh, so it is 1900s. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink.
But, Professor...
You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drinks.
You're a detective, Fusunaga-san, aren't you?
Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes, thank you. So, Giselle Bratt won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes. Roski? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. The story doesn't end up. Yeah. Well, it is a fiction story. I'm sure that there's 10 chapters. Dude, there's 10 chapters. I'm only on chapter 1. I'm sure there will be a conclusion for this. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
But, come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All the tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point?
Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. Which shade was older than... I fucking don't know what year it is. I'm good. This is a fantasy game, but at the same time, it's not. Okay, maybe they will give us more information later. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Okay. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah! You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Sonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Rickshaws, if I'm not mistaken, is the running carriage or something like that. We'll speak of this conversation again later. You should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah yes, that too. Yeah, the music cutting out is never good. So, my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, he's sick. He basically coughs out blood. Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
End of chapter 1.
Yep, the inspector is actually very sickly. Oh, what? It's not, it's what? It's 12 a.m. I've been at it for so long that it's a fucking 12 a.m. Jesus Christ. That's amazing. Okay, I kind of want to get a sneak peek, but at the same time, I'm kind of done. What do you say? I'm happy that I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself. I actually blew up laughing like crazy multiple times. This game is just amazing. So, do you want to get a sneak peek? Yes, I usually do stream today at this time, and tomorrow I stream as well. Usually in a week, I am capable of streaming on Sunday and Monday. That is 100% days that I can stream. The others, it all depends on my work schedule. I am tempted. I'm so tempted. But as you can hear, my voice is done for today. Because I always try to give a different voices to every character. It's fine. It's fine. No problems. So again, as I was saying, I'm very tempted to continue playing, but my voice is done. But I do want a sneak peek. And the question is, no, I should stop completely. No streaming anymore. Take a break. But I'm so tempted. I just want to see a sneak peek. Oh, no, we're not doing a sneak peek. It's in the title screen. Yes. No sneak peeks. Next week. I'll probably continue next week. From 6 p.m. again. Basically the same time. Oh, I enjoyed it so much. This game is incredible. Love it. Love it. I hate myself that I held back. Then held back and didn't buy day one. No, I'm not exhausted. The only thing that is really exhausted is my throat. I can't make voices anymore. That's for sure. But I'm out of shape. Honestly, I'm out of shape because that's literally what I was doing day in and day out when I just started streaming. That's all I've been doing. Every game that didn't have voiceovers, I would play it. I would voice over it. I would read it aloud. And that's one of my favorite things to do in these games, is to read aloud. I love reading books, and I love reading aloud. Because normally people look physically unwell before actual audible stuff is heard. No. It's because I was doing multiple throaty kind of voices. Adult throaty voices. Old man. Especially the old man. Luckily, I decided not to go with the "Oh, my child is a piece of shit," the shaky one. I went with a whispery one, and that actually was very easy on my throat. If I would have went with a shaky "Oh no" voice, that would have fucked up me even more. That would have fucked up my throat even more. But I decided to not do that. Well, alright, I'm definitely making Sunday Ace Attorney Day. Definitely, Sundays is Ace Attorney Day. Well, until I'm done with all the games. If you do sneak peek, though, you won't be able to stop. True, I won't be able to stop. Do you need help voicing? Technically, we were planning to voice it with Cine, but we just couldn't find the times that we could meet. I told myself that I'd go when it was, which turned into it's basically JRPGs, you know, like I'm almost at the end. 2 days later, I'm almost there. 3 days later, where is the end? A week later, finally. Yeah, it's basically JRPGs. Anyway. I don't know. Maybe I will search for partners to voice more these kind of games. But for now, I don't know. What time is it for you? Currently for me, it's 12:23 a.m. No, it's easier just to show you. There we go. The time at the top right. What's my normal start time? Around 5 to 6 p.m. My time, that is. Basically 6 hours before that. 6 to 7 hours before that. Because when I come back from work, first thing that I do is I do the
what's it called? Ring Fit on Switch. I play Ring Fit on Switch for about for 30 minutes, from 30 minutes to an hour. Then I go take a shower, and then I sit down and start streaming. But yes, every Sunday starting today, I'm gonna do stressful voiceovers until my voice returns, because in September I will have to return to the game title that actually started my streaming voicing career. That is The Legend of Heroes. The Legend of Heroes. And besides, not only this game, I bought the original as well. I'm gonna replay it as well. Replay it, record it as well. It's gonna be a blast. And then I will use Android emulator to do Edgeworth Saga as well. I'm gonna do everything. Well, just you being here and chatting with me was a huge support. A very huge support. Because when you read for yourself a book, you enjoy it very much. But when you read for somebody else and that person is enjoying it just as much, it gives a lot of support, trust me. I know that. I know that a lot. Because that's what I've been doing. I literally, The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky Part 2 is a massive text. And I mean, like, take all the Tolkien Lord of the Ring books and make it twice as long. And that's the amount of text that game had. And holy shit. That was a lot. I think it was like 200 hours gameplay. I loved it. I read it. It's 4 p.m. for you. Oh wow, it's a morning stream then it will be. For you, it's a morning stream. Well, it took me about half a year to finish that game, unfortunately. But back then I was on the fly. I was doing about 6 to 8, maybe sometimes 12 hours of reading streams. I could literally read for 12 hours. Yes, I did start with this kind of voice, that I would end with this kind of voice, but later you get used to it. You return to this, and I'm gonna return to this, and I will be able to dub, read, make voices a lot more. It'll take me some time. Stay alive for a bit longer if you would. Alright, no problem. Alright, I'm interested. I'm very interested. I'm actually considering what to stream tomorrow. Because, technically, at the end of the week, Edgeworth is so good! Yes, Edgeworth is good. And I will be doing, I think, after this trilogy, then the original trilogy, I will probably do the Edgeworth trilogy on Android. I don't know if the Edgeworth trilogy is a thing, though. Because I do know the first 2 games of Edgeworth Saga has been translated and released. I don't know if the 3rd game was. Where was I? Oh, right. So, at the end of this week, Xenoblade 3 will be released for Switch, for Nintendo Switch, and I'm gonna stream and play that and stream probably. And before that, I actually need to finish Torna, Story of Torna. So maybe tomorrow I will do Torna, but I'm not sure. Maybe tomorrow, actually, some of my friends will invite me to play something with them. We'll see how this goes. Oh, water. Oh. Wait, select adventure? Oh, Wait. Wait. I'm actually confused. Because there's 2 games in here. Morning, I'm not 11 more. It's fair enough. Taylor. Oh god. Oh god. Herlock Sholmes. Oh god. Offers are only available to use in Great as Attorney 2. Oh, it only happens in the second game, so in the first game there's no... It's alright. Play some short extra episodes? Oh... Dude... Dude! Thank you so much. This will help me a little bit with my collecting for the new laptop. Thank you so much. Did not expect that. Really did not. Thank you so much. The moment I get a new laptop, I'm gonna start working actually on editing YouTube videos. Right now, a friend of mine helps me with that, but he's working his ass off right now as well. And the poor guy got corona for a 3rd time. Poor guy. For completing episode 1, completing episode 3. Oh, okay. Yes, it went through. It went through. Oh no, thank you for being here. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna go drink something warm. I'm gonna probably make a hot chocolate or something. Warm chocolate, not hot chocolate. And I'm gonna soothe my throat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully. That depends on what I'm gonna stream. Alright? See you later. Good night. Well, in your case, it's good day. And have a good day. Bye-bye.